Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise with the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Swift start, Pretty Doctor. Zeolithic's up close. Baby, it's gold outside. Wants to mix it up in the two-path. Eileen Gray comes away running in fourth. Subtle Giant to her outside. Princess in Paradise against the rail. They race into the first turn. And on the front end, we have Pretty Doctor with Zeolithic. Baby, it's gold outside. Right behind them, Eileen Gray goes with her. Subtle Giant is 3 wide through the early stages, and Princess in Paradise is a little less than 4 lengths from the front. And Zeolithic has come away with the lead entering the backstretch. Zeolithic has the top spot, better than a length to Pretty Doctor. Baby, it's gold outside, now 3 deep. Eileen Gray is 4 wide. Along the rail races Princess in Paradise, 3 lengths from the front, and she's a neck in front of Subtle Giant. 24 4/5 for Zeolithic and John Davila Jr. dictating the terms up the backstretch, better than a length. To the outside, Baby, it's gold outside. Pretty Doctor third. Eileen Gray has more than 3 to find heading into the far turn run. From the rail is Princess in Paradise and Subtle Giant. From the outside, Zeolithic. Baby, it's gold outside, gets within a length. Pretty Doctor is third. Eileen Gray's got to giddy up from there. A little even pace through the turn, more than 5 lengths off the front. Almost 3 lengths to Princess in Paradise and Subtle Giant. Zeolithic still controlling this one. Zeolithic the one to overhaul. Baby, it's gold outside from second. In third races Pretty Doctor. Zeolithic at the 3/16. Baby, it's gold outside. Makes her move. Here's Baby, it's gold outside. I really can't stay. Baby, it's gold outside. I gotta go away. Baby, it's cold outside. I simply must go. Baby, it's gold outside from Zeolithic. Rudy Ignacio Ford, do you know who I am? Luis Perez, 5 Fast Fran. Carlos Camillo, 6 Katie's Courage. And John Davila Jr., New Jockey 7, Miraculous. Ready for the fillies and mares. And there they go. Investment Grade shows good speed. Also there is Long Shot Tracy's Girl. Fast Fran forwardly positioned. Clifton Punch is trying to show pace from the rail. Banker's Beast comes away running in fifth. Do you know who I am to her outside? 6 lengths the favorite. Miraculous Blessing, who races with Katie's Courage. Fast Fran sharing the top spot with Investment Grade. Clifton Punch third. Tracy's Girl's back to fourth. Do you know who I am? Has the 5th spot, little less than 5 lengths off the lead. About a length and a half to Banker's Beast, 6 lengths to Katie's Courage. Nothing from Miraculous Blessing. Fast Fran, the leader at the quarter pole, getting away from Investment Grade. Here's Fast Fran's stablemate Clifton Punch closing in from the rail. Banker's Beast and Do You Know Who I Am are trying to commence bids. They're in the lane and on the lead. Now Clifton Punch. Fast Fran is back to second. Now Katie's Courage is trying to run on along the rail. Looks like a minor placing at best. Farther out, Do You Know Who I Am? Clifton Punch the leader. Katie's Courage is into second. It is Clifton Punch. Clifton Punch wins the money. Katie's Courage clearly second. Banker's Beast third. Do You Know Who I Am? Checked in fourth for $97.87 at dollar superfecta $956. 2-1 early double, $26 even. Third race will start. And there they go. Slow start for Sea Tiger. Adirondack Tail shows good speed. Also going to the front is Dos Vaqueros. Sal My Pal comes away running in third. Mercedes Joe is fourth along the inside. Then Hurricane Alpha, Mr. Whirlybird. Sea Tiger made a mess of the start, and he is at the back of the pack. Swishing his tail on the front end, we have Dos Vaqueros. Adirondack Tails is his pace partner. They have 5 lengths to Sal My Pal isolated in third. 2.5 to Hurricane Alpha, then Mercedes Joe, Mr. Whirlybird. Sea Tiger is the distant trailer. 5/16 to travel Dos Vaqueros, 3 parts of a length to Adirondack Tails. 5 lengths Sal My Pal gaining some ground. Another 2.5 Hurricane Alpha with Mercedes Joe. Here comes Adirondack Tails to make a move after Dos Vaqueros. Dos Vaqueros and Adirondack Tails. Sal My Pal third, Mercedes Joe fourth. Dos Vaqueros, Adirondack Tails trying to get on level terms. Mercedes Joe up the inside. Sal My Pal is flattened out. It's a stagger fest to the wire. Dos Vaqueros along with Adirondack Tails. Mercedes Joe from the rail. Dos Vaqueros still with the lead. Dos Vaqueros. Dos Vaqueros from Adirondack Tails and Mercedes Joe. And look at $2.50. 1-5 double $50. 2-1-5 early pick 3 $26.75. And there they go. Casper Joe is out for the lead. Look out, Lambo's up close inside of Engineer's Report. Take the Edge joins them 3 deep. XY Runner 5th from the rail, then Blue Skies Forever, and Cavensburg is the last of 7. Casper Joe making the pace from Engineer's Report. Look out, Lambo 3rd. Take the Edge has the 4th spot. XY Runner is 5th, then Blue Skies Forever, and Cavensburg is the distant trailer. 24 4 fifths on the front end. Casper Joe with Harry Hernandez a length and a half to Engineer's Report. Look out, Lambo 2.5 or 3 from his stablemate. Take the Edge is 8 lengths off the pace. Better than 5 lengths to Blue Skies Forever and XY Runner. Another 7 or so back to Cavensburg. Up the Finger Lakes backstretch, Casper Joe and Harry Hernandez. About a length and a half to Engineer's Report. Look out, Lambo, 2.5 lengths off the lead. There goes Look Out, Lambo making his move. Something's gonna miss with Engineer's Report. Engineer's Report is being pulled up. They race to the 3/8s, and Jeff Engelhardt is 1-2. Casper Joe a length and a half to Look Out, Lambo. About 8 lengths back to Take the Edge. Another 2 to Blue Skies Forever, then XY Runner, and Cavensburg is the last of all. And they race past the quarter pole. Casper Joe and Look Out, Lambo. Casper Joe has the lead. Look Out, Lambo's lugging in just a bit. Casper Joe under left-handed urging. Look Out, Lambo from the rail. Casper Joe still with the lead. Look Out, Lambo's going to try to make a race out of it inside the final furlong. Casper Joe, Look Out, Lambo closing gradually up the inside. Here comes Look Out, Lambo. Look Out, Lambo gets the barn bragging rights. Tagging stablemate Casper Joe on the line. Cavensburg flew ladies up for third, I think. 5th race starts a late pick 4. Scratch the 2, take your place. Harry Hernandez, new jockey 1 vouch. John Berrios, new jockey. And there they go. And Corporate Raider is out for the lead for good reason. Comes away in good order. He's up close. Here's Winning with Honor and Massey All and Dean Verdile in behind the leader, Corporate Raider. Vouch from off the pace. He's a little more than 3.5 off the lead. The early trailer is Dreamer's Boy. Corporate Raider has the lead in the 2 path. Winning with Honor shows pace from his inside. For good reason is 3rd. Dean Verdile's 4th. Massey Hall has the 5th spot. 5 lengths from the front. Another length and a half to the favorite. Vouch, who is second last, now trying to close in. At the back is Dreamer's Boy. Corporate Raider skips clear. 2.5 lengths to Winning with Honor and For Good Reason. It's about 4 lengths to Massey Hall. Vouch is 3 wide. Dean Verdile's backpedaling. Dreamer's Boy's at the back, and Corporate Raider's the one to come and catch. For Good Reasons now making his move. Winning with Honor's 3rd. Vouch continues to close from the outside. Corporate Raider's the one to overall. For Good Reason is getting closer. Vouch tries to quicken. Here's Massey Hall showing some progress in the 2 path. Winning with Honor's even paced. Corporate Raider, For Good Reason. Dreamer's Boy is closing to the far outside. A lot of work to do. For Good Reason trying to get to the wire. For Good Reason. 68-1. Holy $8.50, 538 pick 3, $139. 8-5-1 try. Ready for the race. And there they go. Kodiak Brown away in last. Solar Zen shows speed. Panama Paul's a little quicker from his inside. Blood Moon hustled along, and there is good early pace on. American Rule's in the 4th position, and Kodiak Brown's the last of the quintet, but there is pace on up front. On the front end, making the pace is Solar Zen from Panama Paul, and Blood Moon wants to go. Blood Moon's in a tight spot, trying to squeeze on through, gonna have to put on the brakes. In 4th is American Rule off the rail, and Kodiak Brown is a little less than 5 lengths from the front. 24 2/5, Solar Zen, Panama Paul 1-2. Blood Moon is 3rd. Now he's in the clear, and he's a length and a half off the lead. American Rule 2.5 from the front. Kodiak Brown a little less than 3 lengths off the pace. Solar Zen, Panama Paul, Blood Moon 3 deep. American Rule outside of Kodiak Brown. They start to bunch up near the front. Solar Zen, Panama Paul, Blood Moon 3 deep. American Rule and Kodiak Brown are towards the tail, but they're in touch. 3 furlongs to travel, 24 2 the opening quarter, 48 2 for the half. Solar Zen surrounded. Blood Moon 3 wide, Panama Paul from the rail. American Rule with a wide run. He's in the clear, he's closing. Kodiak Brown's right behind the leading group, needs some racing room. Kodiak Brown all dressed up, nowhere to go. In the meantime, American Rule gets the cleanest trip. He had to circle everybody, but he's made this wide circling move, and he has come away with the lead, and Kodiak Brown can't get through. So it's American Rule at the 8th pole, and Blood Moon's into 2nd, and Kodiak Brown now has room. He's 3rd from the inside, but the race is over. It's all about American Rule for 2 in a row, a training double for Jeremiah Englehart. American Rule from Blood Moon, Kodiak Brown, then Panama Paul and Solar Zen. $4.95, $1 superfecta, $14.90. 8-1 double, $314.50. And there they go, Dr. Lloyd away in last. Letter Carrier Henry and Forgotten Mission show good speed. Magical Tail 3rd with Rory Moore. Blue City has the 5th position. Then we go to Debo, and Dr. Lloyd was away slowly. He's the last of all. Forgotten Mission, the quickest of all for Magical Tail, Rory Moore, and Letter Carrier Henry from the rail. Blue City's in the clear from the far outside. He begins his run. He's a little less than 4 lengths off the lead. Debo has work to do. Debo's a good 8 lengths off the pace. He is beginning to pick up his stride. Dr. Lloyd's at the back. Forgotten Mission, Rory Moore. He's never been this sharp, and look at Rory Moore up to the front. Rory Moore has made this nice move. Forgotten Mission is 2nd with a Magical Tail in Blue City. From the inside, Letter Carrier Henry. Then we go to Debo and Dr. Lloyd. Rory Moore, Magical Tail. Letter Carrier Henry tries to get involved in the 2-path. Blue City, Dr. Lloyd over the top from the far outside. They're stacked across the track. Rory Moore fighting on with Letter Carrier Henry. Dr. Lloyd to the far outside. Letter Carrier Henry. Letter Carrier Henry from Rory Moore, then Dr. Lloyd. 8-1-2, pick 3, $265.25. 8th and final on the Monday card. Here are the jockey J. And there they go. Slow start for Logsden. Lookout Jace is showing good speed with Mounted Cop and Frosty the Dragon. Rico Capote wants to go. Logsden with a quick recovery, advancing along the rail. Highway 27 from off the pace, midfield 5.5 lengths off the lead. More than a length to Forecaster. No Entiendo is 2nd last. He does get some pace to chase. The early trailer, I Will Rock You. 12-year-old Rico Capote up to the front at the 3/8 for Mounted Cop and Frosty the Dragon. Lookout Jace is 4th, then Logsden. Highway 27 has about 4 lengths to make up, then go to Forecaster. No Entiendo's beginning to close in, and here comes No Entiendo now guided to the outside. He's about 7 lengths off the lead as Frosty the Dragon comes away with the lead. Frosty the Dragon will get first run on No Entiendo, closes to the far outside. Frosty the Dragon, Highway 27. Look out, Jace. No Entiendo to the stand side. Highway 27's up to the front. No Entiendo's into 2nd. Highway 27 has kicked clear. Highway 27 in the nightcap. A double for Luis Perez. No Entiendo 2nd. Look out, Jace outran his odds. He's 3rd. Nightcap's in the books officially 8-2-5-7. A 2-8 late double, $32. 1-2-8 late pick 3, $10.40. Nice late pick 4, 8 with 1-2 with 2 with 8, $1,399. A2 exacta $46.60. A25 trifecta $115.62. That dollar superfecta 8257 $618.50. Some big payoffs, especially the pick six. Somebody took the pick six down this afternoon. Pick A pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener at 110. Fast racetrack, 8 races, lots of changes. Here they are. In the opener, number 2, Grandarella, make the jockey Tammy Permarini. 5, Diamond and Zyman, new jockey Luis Perez. 6, Trapes and Utopia, new jockey Nazario Alvarado. Race 1 will start the early double, the early pick 3, and the early pick 4. Second race, 3 jockey changes. Number 1, Melman, Wilfredo Rohina. 2, Classy Papa, new jockey Joel Cruz. 7, Peek and Pook, make the jockey Christian Navarro. Third race, we'll start our pick 6. No carryover this afternoon. Somebody snagged the whole pool yesterday, better than $25,000. 4 jockey changes in the third. 3, My Maggie, Harry Hernandez. 4, As You Were, Tammy Permarini. 5, Midnight Mindset, Joel Cruz. 6, Count on Friends, Luis Perez. On to the fourth. Pick 5 starts in the fourth. 3 jockey changes. Number 1, a colt named Susie, Nazario Alvarado. Number 2, Jacoba, Christian Navarro. 4, Dancers for Token, Luis Perez. Fifth race will start our late pick 4. Scratch 1A, Global Trouble Coco. A scratch, 1A Global, a Trouble Coco, part of the entry out of the fifth. 3 jockey changes. 2, Oliver's Fortune, Neftali Perez. 5, Johnny Fontaine, Jeremias Flores. 6, Interstate, Rudy Ignacio. On to the sixth. Start with the scratch. 3, Triton Song. 3, Triton Song out of the sixth. 3 jockey changes. 2, Bureaucrat, Luis Perez. 6, Production Credit, Christian Navarro. 7, Holy Cowboy, Nazario Alvarado. 6th race starts late pick 3. 7th race starts our late daily double. Race 7 is named in honor of 9th Annual Monroe County Public Defenders Race. And a couple of jockey changes. I'll make it 3 jockey changes. Number 3, Simply, Nazario Alvarado. Number 4, Fleet Irish, Jeremias Flores. Number 5, This Cat Can Fly, Tammy Permarini. On to the nightcap. 4 jockey changes. Number 2, Honor Thy Secret, Rudy Ignacio. 3, Straight 8, Luis Perez. 4, Who is Jarrett, John Berrios. And 5, Isabella's Magic, Nazario Alvarado. All sorts of changes for the Tuesday card. We start the day at 1:10. 8 races, a fast racetrack. Enjoy your stay here at Finger Lakes. Up next, Iron Dave Matthijs.
I'm Dave Matthijs here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Well, rain holding off as we got a dry racetrack today. A track labeled fast. Always good news is this certainly over the summer and into the fall. We've had some wet weather and look like it's going to be mostly sunny today. So expect a dry track throughout the day. We got 8 races on today's card. Unfortunately, the pick, well, fortunate for whoever hit it, but the pick 6, the jackpot pick 6, taken yesterday, is you see what a great wager it is. I mean, it was basically one horse for a good reason. Horse was 68 to 1. If you had the all button, this is what, a 7-horse field, or you like the horse going back 3 races. Yeah, I mean, the rest of them, you had a 1 to 9 shot and a 1 to 4 shot in 2 of those races, which is 168 to 1 shot, and you take home, what, $24,000? Be a pretty nice score, wouldn't it? Yeah, so congratulations to whoever won that. We'll see if we can start over now, get that jackpot pick 6 up there, as this is our last month of racing. We're running till Thanksgiving. Maybe we can get it to go all the way there, and we'll get a mandatory payout at the end of the year. It'll be a lot of fun. All right, fast racetrack. Exacta Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts in race number 1. And yeah, you got some pace in here. Yeah, thanks for last night from the inside. I figure Diamond and Simon is probably the fastest horse in the race. She is outside of that one. Some question marks about that one. She came off a year layoff. Seems like she's kind of rounding into form, but she's been down at Presque Isle. She could be tough. I feel like the most consistent horse in here, and I don't mind the stretch out with Dr. Ruthless. She's always run well, of course, against those mass bred competition. Was one of the top horses in some of those conditions when we saw her in the past, even running against the boys in a lot of the races. Well, she tried starters. It was a little too tough for her in the starters, but at 5,000, in these 5,000 conditions, she's always right there. She won 3 races back, ended up getting DQ'd, and then ran a solid second behind Belquare. That was going 6 furlongs. Last race, didn't have the best of trips, and ended up finishing 4th. Now she stretches out, gets a soft field, and she's not a need-the-lead type stretching out. She can sit right off of the speed of Diamond and Simon, and possibly thanks for last night, and could be in good position here to win race number 1. Going to lean towards her on top. She's the 3rd choice in the program, so maybe get a little value on her. Yeah, Diamond and Simon, the morning line favorite. She's well-bred. A little better bred for turf than dirt, but well-bred, and she's run pretty decently on the dirt in the past. It just depends on where she is at this point in her career. She was running in those 1 state breds in New York. Obviously, those races are good enough to beat these. But she came off a long layoff. She was off from August to August. Long time away, and it showed. She tried a sprint race on the dirt. But then she came back with a good 3rd place finish on the synthetic and Presque Isle. So, 2 straight 5ths, still good enough to be competitive here. If she can run those route races on the dirt against this competition, get the lead, she should be awfully tough. Layoff's a little concern, but now she's got 4 under her belt. She should be a player. Ma Meatloaf, yeah, is she becoming more of an underneath type? I guess that's the question. Decent effort last time, turning back in distance with a 3rd place finish. Now she stretches back out. There wasn't much pace in there. I mean, Grass Miss was the speed. Awfully Irish was just the best horse. So she was up against it in that sense. So still a solid 3rd in that race. When she first dropped to 5,000, it was a good field, and she wasn't beat all that badly with a 2nd place finish. And she's just as decent going. I think she's a little better going short, but she's against this field, shouldn't matter. She's a top 3 threat. Grandarella I'll use for 4th because of her running style. I think she's got a good shot to get in position here. She is only a 2-time winner, so this is a tough spot for Grandarella. but she's got some numbers that could put her in the top 4 and maybe a superfecta player. Not necessarily on the win end, especially being a 2-time winner, never winning at the distance. But she could sneak up into the number, as most of these horses are going to be close up or on the lead. You don't have too many horses in here that like to pass other horses. 3, 5, 4, 2 in the first. All right, second race. I'll go over some of these jockey changes. I know Tony mentioned them all just during changes, and there's a lot of them. Wilfredo Rohina on the 1, Melman. No scratches in here. The 7, Pekin Pook, will have Christian Navarro. We've had 3 Navarro brothers now ride here as Christian joins the jockey colony as Kevin's taking a vacation. All right. Leaning towards Bowing Snowman. He's not a horse that you want to have confidence in getting the victory, but I think he's going to get a trip here behind the speed of he might even be out there with JP Song and Got to Like It. But either way, you got to think his numbers right now are good enough to win here at 5.5. And I do think this is probably his best distance, going 5.5 after running third, going 3/4 against number 1 Dylan and Pekin Pook last time. Now, he's got that rival again. I do think he's going to get the better of the trips, getting first run on horses like Melman and Pekin Pook, who look like the main players in here. So I'm going to go with Bowing Snowman on top. I'll use Melman for second. Basically an outside to inside move. I know if you don't get your mail around to 1:30, you'll know that Mailman's out there. He's got to get a play in on Melman. Well, this one ran 5th, just off the board last time from an outside post. Wasn't able to save any ground. The race before wasn't able to save any ground, and that race was a tough one. That was a really good race for 5,000, 2 races back. So I do think that moving to the inside, be able to save some ground, could put this horse a lot closer, and he was facing tougher before that. I'll use him second. JP Song could be the speed of the speed. All depends on how this pace flow sets up with some of these other horses with speed. Now, Plea Bargain has speed if he wants to use it, but probably won't. I would think Got to Like It may flash a little speed, and Bowing Snowman could, but I think he's going to rate just off him. I do think Got to Like It might be the one that's out there with JP Song. Now, he held on a lot better in the slop last time, did have a relatively easy lead in that race, but he also got beat by a better horse than any of the horses in here in Healy's Hope. So JP Song kind of at the mercy of how the pace flow goes with his running style. But if he gets out there and does end up clearing Got to Like It and others, he could be dangerous. I wouldn't take him at 5-2, but I'd use him. The 7, Pekin Pook, ran good for Kevin Navarro last time, going 3/4. Does shorten up to 5.5. 3/4, maybe a little better distance for him. His last win came at 6 furlongs, so I'd like this horse a little more, going 6 furlongs than at 5.5. But the good sign was he ran well last time. Stalked the pace, came up and got beat by number 1 Dylan, who would be favored against this field. Could get in the number with his best effort. 4-1-5-7 in race number 2. Third race, an 11-9 maiden claimer. We start the pick 6. Yeah, pick 6, no carryover, but still get that money in the pool. You could get that whole pool if you hit all of them. All right, you got Hernandez on the 3, Pierre Marini on the 4, Cruz on the 5, Luis Perez on the 6. Well, I'll go with one of the drop downs in here. Midnight Mindset. Took a little bit of money in her debut, caught slop, broke poorly, tried to chase into the race, and then faded. Well, she gets some class relief, and I didn't think she ran that badly in her debut. She had some bad racing luck, maybe a little green, maybe didn't like the track. I mean, there's some excuses you can make for her. So I guess the negative sign is, why wouldn't they try her again for special weight for the bigger purse? But they're going to drop to 11-9. I guess that's a negative here if she's maybe not going to run that well against maiden special weight. So I'm going to use her on top anyway, because I do think off of that last effort, a clean trip for 11-9 could put her in the winner's circle. The 6, Count on Friends, is the morning line favorite at 5-2. Yeah, she's had some issues too. She was erratic in her debut and then Didn't break all that sharply in her second start, and that was a tough group for the level. I thought this maiden claimer might be a little easier depending on how good Midnight Mindset is. So Count on Friends, another one, clean trip, puts her there. Purple Melinda turns back in distance. Interesting horse because she drops in class as well, goes back to a sprint. You go back a few starts in the sprint races. This horse isn't that bad against the special weight, some decent special weight fields. So getting some slight class relief down to the 11-9 for Lugu puts this horse right there. Upset chance for Purple Melinda. Now there's a first-time starter. Now I don't know why this horse is the favorite in this race. Is a half to a couple that run here. You know, you got Preferred Outcome, who was a pretty good one, especially early in that one's career. Circular Street is okay. Decent Works for my Maggie. Probably 6 furlongs wouldn't be a bad distance for this horse, but I don't know. I wouldn't take 2-1. I'd watch the board anyway to take 2-1 on this horse, but especially starting at 11-9, you would think that they would start at maiden special weight if this horse was that good. But some decent works for my Maggie, and I think could get in the number. It certainly doesn't have to be much to be competitive against that field. All right, fourth race, we start the pick 5. Good race. Got a couple of real good ones today. This one, I know there's only 6 betting interests, but a solid 6 for this allowance race. I mean, you said like last week we had that sprint race that turned out to be really good. I think the filly ran 3rd in that race. It was Deborah Breed that dominated the race with Winston's Chance and her other one that ran 1-2. That one was one of the best races of the year. How about one of the better route races of the year? Talking about the 7th race today. How good is that race? Kind of a stakes caliber race. Naming it after the Monroe County Public Defenders. Hopefully I don't have to use any of them later in my life. All right. I'm coming back with this horse. I mean, maybe it's the off track that's the problem for Dancers for Token. I'm tired of making excuses for the horse. But what happened? I mean, this horse came off a layoff from December until June, and you won't see a horse win any easier than Dancers for Token that day. It looked like Secretariat against that field. Well, what happened since? Well, looked like he was going to win his next start, made a move like he was going to, and then maybe a little time off between the races. He got a little tired. I don't know. Is that an excuse? He was one off a layoff by 20. I don't know. It's not like he ran that badly. Last race was a little disappointing, though. I thought he'd run better than what he did. He was wide up early. It did turn out to be a good race. You got to think, a Vow of Beauty is like a stakes horse lately. I don't know how that one got so good for Charlton Baker, but that horse is running at the top of his game. America's Justice is tough when he's on the front end. He's in here as well. I just think this horse is capable of running better than the last 2, and maybe it was the off track. If he runs back to that race earlier in the year, he's going to win. I got him on top. A couple of John Buckleys today. The 5-horse America's Justice for Beth Miller Saw. American Pharaoh, need you say more? Another one that's caught off tracks, but you know what? That last race was good. I mean, he did get the lead. It wasn't like he went that slow. It's the same type of race here. There's not a ton of speed in this race other than something to tell you, and that's going to be the issue here. How is he going to deal with the turf horse inside of him? I mean, is that horse going to show as much speed on the dirt as he does on the turf? I don't know why that horse is even money. Yeah, I mean, his class-wise, something to tell you, certainly could contend, and he does have a win on the dirt, and maybe a little faster than America's Justice early. But I'm not taking even money. America's Justice going to use for second off of the good effort. Mention a Vow of Beauty. That horse is just running in another gear right now, running stakes. I mean, that horse ran fast that day and the next day as well. Bellagio is better than what he looks. I know he dropped in class last time, but the pace beat him more than Blood Moon did. And Blood Moon ran second yesterday against some good horses. So I'm looking at the allowance race in this condition, 2 races back against the same horses, and he got the worst of it. He broke poorly in that race, wasn't that badly beaten. Bellagio, not out of it. And what do you do with a colt named Susie? Ran 2 good races in a row and then broke bad and never really in the race last time. So how good is this horse? We certainly can't tell from the last race, but does draw the rail. Not impossible, especially if he runs back to some of his previous numbers. 4, 5, 6, 1 in race number 4. All right, remember, 8 race cards. So we'll start the pick 5 in the 4th, and we'll start the pick 4 in race number 5. So what do we got here? Scratch the 1A, Global Trouble Coco. You got Neftali Perez on the 2, Oliver's Fortune. You got Jeremiah's Flores on the 5, and Rudy Ignacio on the 6. Well, the speed of the speed, stretch it out, could be the 5, Johnny Fontaine. Coming off a second-place finish last time, ran into a good one that chased a little bit, a little over bet in that race. But now, stretch it out, you generally face easier competition, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of strong pace in here. You do got a couple sprinters stretching out. You got K and G who may show some speed, but I thought Johnny Fontaine could get the lead in here, and this barn was a perfect 2 for 2 yesterday, including that 68-1 winner. Got him on top. Interstate knocking at the door with a good second-place finish last time, behind another stretch out in a bump in the road, and a bump in the road certainly looked good, and ended up winning like as good as he looked. And you know what? The race before didn't really get into the race. It was too short for him at that point in his career at 6 furlongs. I think he's a better router than sprinter, at least his breeding says so. Off of the last effort, I'm going to use him second. Sea Captain, I'll use for third. A couple races at Presque Isle, not a bad effort at all, 2 races back. Last race at Finger Lakes, yeah, I got beat by double digits, but it turned out to be a good race. Mentioned a colt named Sue, and What's My Category. Both of them came back to win out of that race, and this one was third. Ruined it as far as being a true key race because he ran second at Presque Isle. If he would have won that one, he would have got the true key race. But it was a good special weight race that he comes out of when you look at the last Finger Lakes start. And another interesting one is the 7, Bourbon Brown. There is some relationship, of course, to She's a Stone Cold Fox. Got Langpap Stables, of course, with Dennis Petrosak. So, you know, they do very well with their young horses, as everybody in Finger Lakes knows. Well, not a lot of experience on the dirt for Bourbon Brown. But the other thing is, I don't think there's any experience at all as far as dirt route races. You know, this horse has been running primarily on other surfaces. So with only 3 dirt starts in his career, he'll have a route on the dirt here. But he's been facing a little better, at least in the past. Last time when seen at Finger Lakes was in the Aspirant Stakes. So you know they thought enough of him to try him in there. And just wasn't quite competitive enough to run with the Thin White Duke and others. Those horses were tough. Capable with that breeding. And should like the dirt going along with that big brown on the sire side. All right, 6 race scratch of 3, Triton Song. You got Louis Perez on the 2, Christian Navarro on the 6. Holy Cowboy has got Naz Alvarado. All right. It's a tough race. I mean, you can make a case for a few of them. Look at the pace scenario. But then you got to watch the replay on the 2, Bureaucrat, and that's where I lean that way. I mean, this horse got probably lost about 3 lengths at the start, the way he kind of just jumped at the beginning and kind of got himself back into gear. He still ran well. He wasn't that badly beaten considering what he had to make up. That's pretty good for a first-time starter in the slop to still make up that kind of ground and get back into the race after the really bad start that he had. Sometimes you'll see slow starts. Well, you know, they're step slow. It doesn't affect them. Maybe they still get position. And then there's some bad starts where they're overcoming a little bit. And I think Bureaucrat did have to overcome a little bit to get back in the race and still run a decent third. Got him on top. Production credit could be the speed of the speed here, depending on if Bureaucrat has speed with a better post. I mean, Hangout's got a little speed too, but I think for sprint speed, production credit getting into the race last time with the other pace showed a little more speed. And the numbers the last 2 since arriving in Finger Lakes have been better. He's got to be in the race early, and if he can get the lead in here, got a good shot to win. I won't be able to say this one right, but I'm going to use them in the top 3. Molkaji, who was part of an entry that got bet in the last race, and the other one won, I believe, and this one ran 4th, which wasn't a bad effort in the slop first time out. They'll pull out all the stops, add Lasix, add blinkers, could add a victory. This one I'm going to put 3rd though. Hangout kind of woke up a little bit last time. If he can repeat that effort, he can win. If he runs back to his previous races of the year, he doesn't hit the board. So he plays off of the last effort. See if he can repeat that effort. 2-6-8-4 for me in race number 6. All right, 7th race. Mentioned this one earlier. This, you got to consider, is our feature race of the day. It's a real good one. I would almost want to consider this like a stakes race, the talent that's in this race. Now, it is a 3 state bred condition, or for the optional tag. I think there's only one horse in for the tag of 15, and that's Smooth Operation. It is named after the Monroe County Public Defenders race, 9th annual. I thought we ran this one more than 9 times, but don't quote me on that. But good to see the public defenders come out, and if anybody asks, I didn't do it. Wasn't me. All right. I'm going to take a shot in this race. This is a wide open, evenly matched race. I mean, so you know Smooth Operation is the speed. Simply is running well with a 2nd place finish last time. Whistling Birds, I don't know what happened with this horse. Likes to look for competition, we'll say that. Fleet Irish has got races in the past that would be tough. This Cat Can Fly was a stakes winner this year. Run for Boston, classy horse here at Finger Lakes. I'm taking a shot, though. I don't like the post with a lot of talent inside him. But what about busting the rules in race number 7? He's looked good this year. And probably the most memorable races of the year was his first race of the year with Andre Worry, where this horse reared badly, lost a ton of ground at the start, and somehow Andre Worry got this horse back in the race and ended up winning. Probably, I mean, you know Andre Worry's won a lot of stakes races down in New Jersey and New York. He's won stakes races here. But that's got to be one of his most memorable races, as I know he's watching from home. But what a good effort for busting the rules. Memorable. Ran 2nd because of the pace against Smooth Operation his next start. Broke poorly in his last race, and it was a bad break. And he ran 3rd behind his real good stablemate, True Gold. With the right kind of trip, I think busting the rules can beat these. He's run better this year than what it shows on paper, just by what he's had to overcome. But he's been his own problem. I mean, he's got to get out of the gate, maybe able to run well enough to save ground, get into position, and maybe win this one. I'm going to use him on top. Whistling Birds, yeah, he's the class. I'm a little concerned about the behavior 2 races back when he still won, but he should have won by double digits. This horse opened up like he was just cruising to victory. Then all of a sudden, he's looking for competition. Well, he found it late, and the race was a lot closer than what it really was. I mean, he got back into gear. We've seen a couple of horses do that. I know Rachel Sells had that horse earlier in the year that likes to do that and then go on with it. I think it was Christy Atwood used to have a horse that was a lot of fun. That used to go to the lead and then right before the wire look for horses. Well, this one got a little lazy late, got a little lonely, we'll call it, in the late stages. And then ran 4th despite breaking slightly poorly last time. But I would say no excuse last race for Whistling Birds. But if he runs to any of his previous races, he's going to be tough in here. Simply, this one came flying late in that race with True Gold and busting the rules. Just too late. He's at the mercy of the pace. Keep in mind, there isn't a ton of speed in here. Smooth Operation does look like the main speed on the inside again. He's a tricky one to figure, though. Doesn't always hang on, even when he has things his own way. I'll use the stakes winner, This Cat Can Fly, for 4th. Enjoy the Lasix-free stakes with a victory earlier in the year, winning the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes. Last time ran 2nd to the Wind Machine in Our Caravan, although I'm not so sure Our Caravan would beat these horses. I think he could be there. And I don't know, I shouldn't underestimate Our Caravan. All that horse does is win races. 7-2-3-5 in race number 7. 8th race, 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. You looking for a horse with some back class in these claimers? Well, you get one. That's the one. Mission Wrap It Up. Why does that name sound familiar as he comes in here? Well, a couple of years ago, this horse ran 3rd in the New York Breeders' Futurity here under Dylan Davis for trainer Bruce Brown. He returns. He also ran 2nd in the Aspirant Stakes that year. So he's got some class. The 75 he comes out of just as good as this 11-9s, and he's been running against tougher. It should get a nice trip from the inside. Back class edge to Mission Wrap It Up. The 7 Trigger Pull turns back in distance. The last time this horse turned back, ran a good 2nd with a 65 buyer that's better than most of the horses in this field. Last race, ran decently, ran a good 3rd. He's not a horse that has a lot of punch. As you see, when he did win, he's kind of in the race, and whether he's got the nose for the wire or not, that's still a question mark, but he did win that day. He should be right there off of the recent form. I'll use the 3 straight 8th of speed. Can he sustain his speed 6 furlongs? Does he want competition as he's out there trying to get 6 furlongs? That's the question, I thought. Can straight 8 hold on against these horses going 6 furlongs? Well, we'll see. It'll be answered. I know he's showing some talent, and he seems to be getting better as he goes on in his career. Everybody Loves Norman's probably going to be the closest one to straight 8 early. If that one does stop, he could be in position to pass him or at least follow the leader and get in the number. I'll throw him in 4th. 1, 7, 3, 6 for me in today's last race, which is the 8th. All right, enjoy today's card. Fast racetrack, do you believe it? We're running Monday through Thursday, so we got a couple more days of live racing this week. That's right, we're adding Thursdays in November. There's 3 of them before we wrap up the season right before Thanksgiving. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with the 110 first post.
Race 1, 6 mares, 1 mile and 70 yards. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race in the past year. Here they are. One thanks for last night, John Berrios. 2 is Grandarella picking up the Mount Tammy Per Marini. 3 is Dr. Ruthless and Carlos Camillo. 4, Ma Meatloaf with Rudy Ignacio. 5 is Diamond and Simon, new jockey Luis Perez. Current favorite at 9-5. And 6 is Trapes in Utopia. And picking up the mount is Nazario Alvarado. Fast Racetrack. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 3, and the early pick 4. Our Tuesday opener in 4 minutes at 1:10. Two minutes, the opener in a couple of minutes. One minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Favoritism with 5, Diamond and Simon at 7-5. Dr. Ruthless and Ma Meatloaf are both 5-2. 6 mares at the starting gate. Thanks for last night. She's the first one in. Grandarella joins her in the starting gate. Next will be Dr. Ruthless, the second choice, now 2-1. Diamond and Simon 7-5. Ma Meatloaf 3-1. Dr. Ruthless is in. Here's Ma Meatloaf. Diamond and Simon, the favorite. Traipse in Utopia looking for her 10th career score to the outside. Ready for the opener. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. Ma Meatloaf part of the front line. Thanks for last night. Shows good speed from the rail. She's the quickest. Dr. Ruthless there pushing the pace 3 deep. Grandarella in the 2-path. The favorite Diamond and Simon comes away in 4th. There's Ma Meatloaf, broke very alertly, now content to settle off the leaders. And the early trailer is Traipse in Utopia. Thanks for last night has the lead from Dr. Ruthless. 3 lengths Diamond and Simon outside of Grandarella. Another 2 lengths back to Ma Meatloaf. Length and a half to Traipse in Utopia. Good opening quarter for the level, 23 4/5. Thanks for last night has a narrow lead at the 5/8 from Dr. Ruthless, her pace partner. Better than 5 lengths, Diamond and Simon with Grandarella. Ma Meatloaf's making an early bid, splitting rivals in the 2-path Yellow Silks. Here's Ma Meatloaf making her move into 3rd, 4 lengths from the front. Traipse in Utopia is a good 9 lengths off the lead. 48 seconds, thanks for last night, and Dr. Ruthless. Ma Meatloaf gets closer, Grandarella 3rd. Diamond and Simon's even paced at the 3/8, not really going anywhere up and down. Diamond and Simon at the tail, Traipse in Utopia. Thanks for last night has put away Dr. Ruthless. And Ma Meatloaf's under a drive, taking over 2nd. Grandarella's currently 4th, going to slide into 3rd from the rail. Diamond and Simon in deep water. At the back is Traipse in Utopia. It's thanks for last night with the lead. Ma Meatloaf has sustained her charge. She's getting on level terms. Here's Ma Meatloaf getting the lead at the 8th pole. And Ma Meatloaf kicks for the wire, and there are no threats. Ma Meatloaf in the Tuesday opener, her 6th career victory. Thanks for last night, Zach and Grandarella 3rd. And who's going to check in 4th? Looks like Dr. Ruthless hangs on for 4th. $147 and 92 100ths the final time. Number 4, Ma Meatloaf is the unofficial winner. Second place 1, thanks for last night. Third place number 2, Grandarella. Fourth place number 3, Dr. Ruthless. Entering the winner's circle is the 4, Ma Meatloaf, her 6th career victory, a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Stay Thirsty out of the Dam Pouvet. Owned by Luis Ramirez. Winning trainer is Arcadio Lopez, and the winning jockey is Rudy Ignacio. New York bred by Rapoli Stables Incorporated. Ma Meatloaf in the opener. 4-1 exacta, $52.50. 4-1-2-3, the top four finishers. That exacta once again, $52.50. The trifecta, $51. And the dollar superfecta, $310.50. Second race, 3 jockey changes to report. 1 Melman, Wilfredo Rohina. 2 Classy Papa, Joel Cruz. 7 Peek and Pook, Christian Navarro. Our second race is in 23 minutes at 1:38.
12 minutes to post for race number 2. No doubt about that winner is Mom Meatloaf running a big one today under Rudy Ignacio for trainer Arcadio Lopez, who started off for this Tuesday card. Looking at the second race, it's a never won 3 condition going 5.5. You got Wilfredo Rohina on the 1, the Mailman. They got Christian Navarro on the 7, Peak and Poot. The current favorite on the board is the 5, GP Song, who speed is the name of the game for JP Song. The question is, can he get clear, first of all, and can he carry his speed to the wire first to get the victory in here? Now, he did lose by double digits last time on a fast track, but he held on a lot better last time, only getting beat by Healy's Hope, who's a pretty good one, and still finishing ahead of next out winner, number 1, Dylan. So race is good, but the pace flow has to go that way for this horse. He's a need the lead type, and obviously does a lot better if he can get out there and control the pace. The 4, Bowing Snowman, should get a trip in here. He's coming off a third-place finish last time. He wasn't in the best part of the racetrack and ended up running evenly. Hasn't run really a bad race since coming to Finger Lakes. It's 6 for 7 in the top 3 here at Finger Lakes. The only time he finished off the board was a 4th-place finish, where he did kind of have a bad trip. He was trying so hard to get off the rail that he lost so much ground that he ended up finishing off the board. But the last 3 races are good. He drifted out a little bit to help secure the victory 2 back, which is a concern because it looked like he was going to win a lot easier than that. But he certainly shouldn't mind this competition today and should get a good trip in here. So he's going to get some play, and he's right now at odds of 9-5. Classy Papa, the 2-horse, getting some action on the cutback in distance. This one's been going long, comes out of a couple races that arguably are tougher than this one. You got to think Kingfish and Kodiak Brown in a route are far better than anybody in this field. And, of course, Kodiak Brown running 3rd yesterday against a good allowance group, and Kingfish coming back to beat better competition since that race. That this one should like the easier competition with the turn back in distance. And in 3 starts at the distance, this horse has hit the board in all 3. So right now at odds of 5-1. The outside horse is the 7, Peak and Pook, and I thought this one might get overlooked a little bit in here off of a good 2nd-place finish last time. You notice some of the form on this horse, a little bit inconsistent, but he did win against similar competition last year or earlier in the year going 6 furlongs. It does seem like that's a little bit better distance going 3/4 than going the 5.5 today, but top 3 threat off of a good effort last time. So 9 minutes to post for race number 2. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 starts here.
Second race, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. And let's get into the parade. 1, Melman, picking up the Mount Wilfredo Rohina. Number 2 is Classy Papa. His new jockey is Joel Cruz. Number 3 has Got to Like It with John Berrios. 4 is Bowing Snowman. He has the services of Joel Saunier. Second choice at 2-1. Favoritism with 5, J.P. Song. John Davila Jr. is the pilot. 6 is Plea Bargain, Harry Hernandez. Jumping out of line 7, Peek and Pook with Christian Navarro. Our second race in 4 minutes at 1:38. One minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the second race. Number 5, JP Song, 9-5. Number 4, Bowing Snowman is at a 2-1. 7, Peek and Pook, 4-1. Also 4-1 is the 2, Classy Papa. Melman is in. Here's Classy Papa. Next will be Got to Like It. Bowing Snowman. He's looking for 2 out of 3. JP Song, Bowing Snowman, JP Song, both 2-1. Current favorite is the 5. And now it's the 4. Bowing Snowman, 9-5. JP Song, 2-1. Here's JP Song. Couple to load, Plea Bargain, and Peek and Pook. Peek and Pook to the outside. Peek and Pook acting up just a little bit. Peek and Pook is in, ready for the race. And there they go. Peek and Pook away a little slowly. JP Song, fleet of foot. Plea Bargain shows good speed. Bowing Snowman's up close outside of Got to Like It. Melman's in the 5th spot, then Classy Papa. Peek and Pook away slowly. He's the last of 7. JP Song is the speed of the speed. About a length and a half for 2 to Bowing Snowman, flanked by Plea Bargain. Got to Like It's 4th from the rail. More than 3 off the lead heading into the turn. Peek and Pook is 5 lengths from the front, advancing into the 5th spot. Gonna vie for 3rd with his 3-wide run. Nearly 5 lengths back to Melman. Another length to Classy Papa. JP Song better than a length to Bowing Snowman. Peek and Pook's into 3rd. More than 3.5 off the lead. Got to Like It's 4th, then Plea Bargain. Melman, Classy Papa's at the back. On the front end still, JP Song. Bowing Snowman gets within a length at the 8th pole. JP Song and Bowing Snowman. JP Song still with the lead. Bowing Snowman trying to push on by from the outside. Here's Bowing Snowman up to the front. 2 out of 3, Bowing Snowman. JP Song checks in 2nd. Melman 3rd. Got to Like It 4th, and a big number for the Superfecta. Running time 1 minute 5 and 81 100ths. Number 4, Bowing Snowman, the unofficial winner. 2nd place 5, JP Song. 3rd place 1, Melman. 4th place number 3, Got to Like It. Bowing Snowman, 2 out of 3. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Lauban out of the dam Wild and Windblown. Owned by Thomas Muller and Linda Muller. Thomas Muller is the winning trainer. Winning jockey is Joel Zonier. Winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, LLC. Our second race is official. 4-5-1-3, 4-5-1-3, the top 4 finishers. 4-5 exacta, $17.60. 4-5-1 trifecta, $11.10. The dollar superfecta, 4-5-1-3, $124.75. A 4-4 early double is worth $19 even. Third race, we'll start our jackpot pick 6, no carryover. Somebody snagged the whole pool yesterday, better than $25,000. 4 jockey changes in the third. 3, My Maggie, new jockey Harry Hernandez. 4, As You Were, new jockey Tammy Permarini. 5, Midnight Mindset, make the jockey Joel Cruz. 6, Count on Friends, new jockey Luis Perez. Our jackpot pick 6 starts in race 3. Race 3 is in 23 minutes at 2:06.
And Bowing Snowman able to get by JP Song, who seemed to be fighting the rider in the late stages of that race, and Bowing Snowman able to go by and take advantage of that. He's in good form right now. Gets another victory today under Joel Saunier for trainer Tom Muller. That's 2 wins in the last 3 starts for Bowing Snowman. We go to the third, and it's an 11-9 maiden claimer. We do start the pick 6. No money in that carryover pool as we had a jackpot pick 6 winner yesterday. Congratulations. The 4-horse, As You Were, getting some early action. A well-bred horse. Hasn't shown anything in 4 career starts, but they're all down in Kentucky against much tougher competition. So tough to gauge anything off of those 4 starts. Tried adding blinkers last race. The dam is a half to Chelsea Flower, who's a multiple graded stakes winner. Of course, that was on the turf. But this one has both mostly dirt breeding. And the first career start was claimed for $20,000. I mean, really well bred, as this horse by Nyquist have a dam by Street Crime. I mean, really strong breeding for As You Were, but off of the form, tough to gauge where this horse is going to run against the 11-9s, because has not shown much in 4 career starts. Maybe still learning the game. The 5-horse is Midnight Mindset. Well, she was erratic in her first start as she broke poorly and then was wide and ended up chasing a real good one in Tangerine Dream. They went 104, but she was never really in the race. So maybe a better start. You think that she would be tough, but now she drops in class to 11-9. Midnight Mindset at odds of 5-2. The 1-horse is Purple Melinda. She drops as well. She's been running against maiden special weights. Tried a route last time, and it was a pretty decent route field. Did lose by double digits, though. A little bit inconsistent with the form. She's had a couple of good races that puts her in the number against these, and the class relief should help the chances of Purple Melinda, who draws the inside for this race. And with a drop, she's at odds of 3-1. There is a first-time starter in here. It's the 3, My Maggie. Some decent works for My Maggie. She's a half to local horses like Preferred Outcome and Circular Street. And, does have that 5 furlong work coming into this race, but does start at the 11-9 level, making her first career start. She doesn't have to be much to be in the number, and again, decent breeding. Seen a lot of Frost Giants this year. They seem to be a little bit better on the stretch out. So that's some of the horses that are getting some play for the third. We start the pick 6, jackpot pick 6, with this race.
Third race, 6 3 and 4-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs, maiden claimers, 11 down to 9,000. First leg of our jackpot pick 6. Post time in about 6 minutes. There's the field one, Purple Melinda, Nazario Alvarado. 2 is Castañas, Carlos Camillo. Jockey changes for the remaining 4. Number 3, My Maggie, the lone debutante. Harry Hernandez picks up the mount. 4, As You Were, make the jockey Tammy Permarini. 2 and 4 stablemates, both conditioned by Rachel Sells. Onto the 5, Midnight Mindset. Her new jockey is Joel Cruz. 6, Count on Friends, new jockey Luis Perez. Those are the 6, 3 and 4-year-old fillies. Our jackpot pick 6 in less than 5 minutes. One minute, the fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, maiden claimers, 11 down to 9,000. First leg of our Tuesday jackpot pick 6. Pull a little bit more than $3,000. Somebody snagged the whole thing yesterday, more than $25,000 for that 20-cent wager. We've had some good payoffs this season, a couple of $30,000 plusers, and yesterday's $25,000 plus pick 6. Purple Melinda, the first of 6 into the gate. Castañas moving forward. Here's the lone debutante, My Maggie. As You Were, stablemate to the 2. Castañas, both conditioned by Rachel Zells. Couple to load, Midnight Mindset. Vying for favoritism with Purple Melinda. They're both 2 to 1. A little bit more money with Purple Melinda. Here's Count on Friends to the outside. And Purple Melinda's 8 to 5. And Midnight Mindset is 2 to 1. Still waiting for Count on Friends. Just about ready. And there they go. Midnight Mindset with a sharp start. My Maggie, the lone debutante, is also quickly away, and these two hook up, and they are zipping. It's a break of nearly 5 lengths to Purple Melinda. As You Were joins her. Castañas second last, and Count on Friends is the last of 6. My Maggie in her first look, very speedy, quicker than Midnight Mindset, about a length and a half. Nearly 5 lengths Purple Melinda, flanked by As You Were. Nearly 7 lengths Castañas with Count on Friends at the back. 22 1/5, a good opening quarter from My Maggie, building up 2 lengths from Midnight Mindset, who continues to chase. Here's Purple Melinda, strengthening her stride along the rail. She gets within 4 lengths past the 5/16. And farther back, As You Were, Count on Friends is wide through the turn. Castañas is at the back. My Maggie, what a quick start for her in her first look. And she has put away Midnight Mindset. Purple Melinda's the late threat. Purple Melinda's going to shift into the 2 path. She has 2.5 to find at the 8th pole. My Maggie now begins to crumble just a little bit. Purple Melinda has momentum. My Maggie, Purple Melinda trying to wear her down. My Maggie, Purple Melinda to the outside. Here comes Purple Melinda. Purple Melinda tags My Maggie on the wire. Good effort from My Maggie, though. Farther back, Count on Friends and As You Were. $114 and 15 100ths. Tough beat if you had your money on My Maggie. She did all the heavy lifting. Gunning with Midnight Mindset, discouraging that rival. Looked like she was getting very tired between the 8th pole and the 16th. Purple Melinda gradually getting to her on the outside. The photo signs up on the board. 114 and 15 100ths, the final time. One Purple Melinda posted first. Second place 3, My Maggie. Third place 6, Count on Friends. Fourth place 4, As You Were. There is Purple Melinda making her way into the winner's circle. The most experienced maiden from the third race, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Encaustic out of the Dam Alley Suite, owned by Vinny Clerico's Pavilion Racing. Winning trainer is Lugu Louis Gutierrez. Winning jockey Nazario Alvarado. New York bred by Pavilion Racing LLC. And the third race is official. One, 3, 6, 4, the top 4 finishers. 1, 3 exacta $34.20. A trifecta $25.62. Dollar Super $138.25. A 4-1 double $26.20. 4-4-1 early pick 3 $18.12. Fourth race will start our Tuesday pick 5. 3 jockey changes to report. 1, a colt named Susie, Nazario Alvarado. 2, a Jacoba, Christian Navarro. 4 dancers for token, Luis Perez. Our fourth race is in 23 minutes at 2:35.
coming up on race number 4, and that was Purple Melinda, who closed ground and caught the first-time starter, My Maggie, who looked like that one was going to pull away, but Purple Melinda able to just get her right at the wire, and Purple Melinda, trained by Louis Gutierrez, Naz Alvarado aboard for the victory. Go to the 4th and start the pick 5. Got a few jockey changes in here. Alvarado on the 1, Christian Navarro on the 2, Louis Perez on the 4. And look at the board right now. The lukewarm favorite is the 3, Something to Tell You, a turf to dirt horse for Carl Grusmark. Does have a victory in the past on the dirt. Did face some good 2-year-old New York bred maidens. Broke his maiden in the second start. And did beat winners on the turf in a one other than allowance. The question is, can he beat this kind on the dirt after finishing 6th on the turf against the 35s last time? Very well bred horse. This one cost $260,000 as a yearling, resold for $160,000, but probably a little bit better on the turf. The 6 horse is Bellagio. Bellagio, an outside post today, but does come off a good second where Blood Moon just shook loose on the front end, and that one just wasn't coming back. Kind of had it easy, as clear a lead as he did. Now, the last time in an allowance race in this condition, this horse ran 4th against these horses. It wasn't that badly beaten despite breaking slow. So he's at 7-2, the top 3 threat. Dancers for Token is the real tricky read. He won by almost 20 lengths, 18 1/4 lengths in his first start off a long layoff, and hasn't been able to follow it up. Was a beaten favorite in both of his other starts. Looked like he was going to on a good track on September 13th. But anything close to that win on June 23rd, man, would still beat these, as he just looked outstanding in that race. But which Dancers for Token is going to show up? Well, he's at odds of 2-1, so he's getting some support in race number 4. This race starts the pick 5, Exactitry Super Daily Double, and pick 3 also available here.
Fourth race, allowance conditions, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races, 1 mile and 70 yards. 2 Jacoba now carrying 2 pounds over. Here's the field with number 1, a colt named Susie. His new jockey is Nazario Alvarado. 2 is Jacoba, Christian Navarro, now 2 pounds over. Christian Navarro picking up the mount. On to number 3 is Something to Tell You with Tammy Permarini. Number 4 is Dancers for Token, new jockey Luis Perez, current favorite at 2-1. 5 is America's Justice with Joel Cruz, and number 6 is Bellagio with Harry Hernandez. 4th race starts our Tuesday pick 5, and post time is in 5 minutes at 2:35. 2 minutes, post time in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race. First leg of our Tuesday pick 5, quite a wagering battle between the 3 Something to Tell You and the 4 Dancers for Token. 3 Something to Tell You, 9 to 5 Dancers for Token at 2 to 1. Couple to load, America's Justice and Bellagio. They're at the post. And there they go, and America's Justice. He comes away in last, a distant last. He was looking at Bellagio in the starting gate and forgot the stall opened up. A colt named Susie fires out to the lead. Dancers for Tokens up close along with Something to Tell You. Along the inside, Jacoba's fourth, flanked by Bellagio. And America's Justice just didn't have his mind on business when the starting gate opened up. He's at the back of the pack. So on the front end, a colt named Susie working with more than a length. Dancers for Token 3 deep. Something to Tell You's in the 2 path up close. 2.5 Bellagio outside of Jacoba, and America's Justice is the last of 6. 24 1/5. Here's Dancers for Token, eager to tackle a colt named Susie. Susie's got his nose in front. It's 2.5 lengths to Something to Tell You from third. Jacoba from his inside. Bellagio from his outside. 5 lengths America's Justice. 48 seconds. Dancers for Token now committed to the wire. Opens up, heading into the turn, putting away a colt named Susie. Bellagio's trying to close in. He's third, 4 lengths from the front. Jacoba's in the 5th spot. And then we go to America's Justice. Not today for Something to Tell You. And Dancers for Token. Did he make his move too soon? He has had this lead before. Can he seal the deal? Bellagio's trying to close in. Dancers for Token, Bellagio. America's Justice is trying to overcome the start. He's trying to close to the far outside. Dancers for Token waiting on rivals. Here's Bellagio and here's America's Justice. And Bellagio is up to the front. Bellagio gets the lead. Dancers for Token, no excuses. He seems to wait on rivals. Bellagio opens up at 6 to 1. America's Justice ran a good one despite his start. He's up for second. And Dancers for Token, Jacoba's in a photo for fourth with a colt named Susie. $145 and 19/100. Inquiry signs up on the board. Stewards want to see what happened to the 5 America's Justice at the start. It is number 6, Bellagio. I believe it's 6 to 1 on the board. He is the unofficial winner. I think we'll need a photo for second. Looks like America's Justice is up for second, but judges want to check it all out. 145 and 19/100ths. Hold all tickets. Photo signs up on the inquiry signs up on the board. Bellagio makes his way into the winner's circle. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Union Rags out of the Damello Rose. Owned and bred in Kentucky by William Chatine. Winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey Harry Styles Hernandez. Second place 5, America's Justice. Third place 4, Dancers for Token. Fourth place 2, Jacoba. Unofficially 6-5-4-2 on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the start of the fourth race, the stewards have ruled that number 5, America's Justice, will be declared a non-starter. Stewards felt that Stewards felt 5, America's Justice, that his start was compromised. Therefore, he has been declared a non-starter. Our new numbers will be 6-4-2-1. So once again, 5, America's Justice, has been declared a non-starter. Stewards felt that the start he had was compromised, and therefore he will be declared a non-starter. New numbers are going to read 6-4-2-1. 6, Bellagio first. Second place to the 4, Dancers for Token. Third place to the 2, Jacoba. Fourth place won a colt named Susie. Once again, 5, America's Justice, has been declared a non-starter. New numbers are up on the board, 6-4-2-1. And race 4 is official. 6-4-2-1, the new numbers. Once again, 5 America's Justice finished second, but he was declared a non-starter. We are official here in the 4th. Officially 6-4-2-1. Here we go. 6-4 exacta, $22.40. 6-4-2 trifecta, $11.90. A dollar super, $65.50. A 1-6 double, $76. 1-5 consolation double, $7.10. 4-1-6 pick 3, $69.12. 4-1-5 pick 3, $6.35. 4 with 4 with 1 with 6 early pick 4, $254.75. 5 America's Justice declared a non-starter. 4 Dancers for Token was the even money post time favorite. All right, fans, we're going to take a look at the start of the 4th race, see what happened to the 5 America's Justice. Stewart's felt his start was compromised, therefore he was declared a non-starter. Looking at the 5 America's Justice, you're going to see a stall open up. He's got his head turned over, looking at Bellagio. Stewart's felt that his start was compromised, and it was best to just declare him a non-starter. You see all of it right there with the 5 America's Justice. Stewart's felt his start was compromised, therefore declared a non-starter. All right, let's move on to race number 5. Scratch 1A Global Trouble Coco. Or excuse me, scratch the 1A Global Trouble Coco from the 5th race. 1A Global Trouble Coco, part of the entry out. 3 jockey changes. 2 Oliver's Fortune, Neftali Perez. 5 Johnny Fontaine. Is today the day he gets that movie? Jeremiah Flores. Rudy Ignacio, 6 Interstate. The 5th in 20 minutes.
All right, coming up on race number 5. Yeah, America's Justice declared a non-starter in race number 4. And Bellagio, of course, the victor. Anyway, Harry Hernandez for Michael S. Ferraro. Ferraro time of year. We scratched the 1A Global Trouble Rico, or Coco, in race number 5. We got Neftali Perez on the 2. Flores on the 5, and the 6 it will be Rudy Ignacio. The 5, Johnny Fontaine getting some play, trying to get out of this maiden condition. A couple seconds in a row. Looked like he was going to win back in September. Had the lead at everything his own way, but got beat by Fix It Up. Of course, those looked really good in victory, a first-time starter. And then last race, got beat by another good one. So just a matter of company kept in some of these maiden races than just not wanting to win. The stretch out might be able to help here for Johnny Fontaine. Looks like he can get the lead on these horses, and just a question of hanging on. Certainly the breeding is there to get the extra yardage. The 7 is Bourbon Brown, going from the artificial surface of Presque Isle back to Finger Lakes. The only start here at Finger Lakes was in a 2-year-old stakes race, the Aspirant Stakes, and didn't run that badly. She flashed some speed and faded to be 4th. Has not returned to the dirt since. Let's see if he can go a route on the dirt after running against the 7,500 maiden claimers down at Presque Isle. Getting some action at 9-2. As this one, grandkid of the great Cheese of Stone Cold Fox. The 2 horse is Oliver's Fortune, 10-1 morning line, getting some play. This horse has been getting beat pretty badly last 3 starts, but all different surfaces. The turf, the slop, and then a fast dirt track last time in a sprint. So he'll get a fast dirt track and a route here against much easier competition. And if you go back a little bit, this horse does show some signs of life. Did run 4th going a mile against special weight 70s at Aqueduct way back in April. So could wake up facing easier maidens here at Finger Lakes. So 8 minutes to post for race number 5. We do start the late pick 4 with this race. We scratch the 1A Global Trouble Coco.
Race 5, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weights, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1A, Global Trouble Coco, part of the entry. First leg of our late pick 4, post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Starship Gotham with Joel Cruz. The 2 is Oliver's Fortune, picking up the Mount Neftali Perez. 3, K&G, Wilfredo Rojina. Next will be the 4, C Captain, Harry Hernandez. 5 is Johnny Fontaine. His new jockey is Jeremias Flores, 7-5. 6 is Interstate. Rudy Ignacio picks up the mount. Rudy's looking for a riding double. Michael S. Ferraro's looking for back-to-back trading scores. And the 7 is Bourbon Brown with Luis Perez. Post time in 4 minutes at 3:05. Two minutes, post time in 2 minutes. One minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 5th race. Number 5, Johnny Fontaine, 7-5. 2 Oliver's Fortune is 3-1. 7 Bourbon Brown. 9-2. Couple of 5-1 shots. The 4 Sea Captain and the 6 Interstate. Oliver's Fortune is the first one in here. Is K&G for the Music Man, Brent Bond. Sea Captain, Harry Hernandez, looking for back-to-back scores. Johnny Fontaine. Is Johnny going to get the movie today? Interstate. Starship Gotham before Interstate, and Bourbon Brown, Presque Isle Invader. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. K&G is showing pace. Johnny Fontaine alert beginning. Far outside is Bourbon Brown. Sea Captain wants to go Yellow Silks. Oliver's Fortune's up close along the rail. Interstate's in touch with the leaders. The early trailer is Starship Gotham. On the front end, Sea Captain. Also there, Johnny Fontaine, and Bourbon Brown is pushing 3 wide. K&G off the pace now. Interstate just with him. And also up close is Oliver's Fortune. He's climbing a bit. He's off the inside. He's about 4 or 4.5 off the lead. The early trailer is Starship Gotham, 24 2/5. On the front end, Sea Captain, better than a length and a quarter. Johnny Fontaine is second, flanked by Bourbon Brown. And Oliver's Fortune's been eager to go. He's in the 2-path covering K&G. Interstate now finds himself 4 deep in the clear, 4 off the pace. Better than a length to Starship Gotham, 5 lengths from first to last. 24 2/5, 48 2/5 for the half. Sea Captain still with the lead. Johnny Fontaine's making his move. There goes Johnny Fontaine calling for the lead. Johnny Fontaine wants that movie today. He pokes his head in front of Sea Captain. Up the inside is Oliver's Fortune. Starship Gotham is in the 4th spot, 3 to find near the quarter pole. Oliver's Fortune tackling Johnny Fontaine. Johnny Fontaine and Oliver's Fortune. Johnny Fontaine a narrow lead. Sea Captain third, then Interstate. Starship Gotham. K&G, Johnny Fontaine. Here comes Interstate. Interstate rolls up to the lead. Johnny Fontaine's back to second. Johnny put away Oliver's Fortune, but Interstate caught him off surprise here, and it's Interstate with the lead. Johnny Fontaine is back to second. Interstate, another one for Ignacio, and it's back-to-back for Michael S. Ferraro. Interstate from Johnny Fontaine. No movie today. Johnny farther back, Starship Gotham and K&G. $147 13 100ths. 6 Interstate. Big move in the final quarter of a mile. Johnny Fontaine was really focused on dealing with Oliver's Fortune, and Interstate took advantage, rolling up to the lead and opening up. 6 Interstate, the unofficial winner. Second place 5 Johnny Fontaine. The photo signs on the board for the balance. 147 13 100ths the final time. Results of the photo: third place 1 Starship Gotham, fourth place 3 K&G. All right, fans, the steward's inquiry sign is going to be up on the board. The objection sign is already there. Harry Hernandez, jockey aboard 4 Sea Captain, has lodged an objection against Jeremiah Flores, jockey aboard the 5 Johnny Fontaine. Steward's inquiry, jockey's objection, 4 against 5 in the vicinity of the quarter pole. Interstate makes his way into the winner's circle. He is a 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Frost Giant out of the dam Come On feet. Owned and bred in New York by David Campbell. Back-to-back for the Godfather, Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey, Rudy Ignacio. A double for Rudy. Steward's inquiry, jockey's objection, 4 against 5. Make sure to hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the video coverage, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. Order of finish will stand as is, 6-5-1-3 on the board, as is 6-5-1-3 from the 5th. Race 5 is in the books officially, 6-5-1-3. Exacta $26, trifecta $67, that dollar super $782 even. 6-6 double $40.80, 166 pick 3 $63, 156 consolation pick 3 $7.05. On to race 6. Race 6 in 22 minutes. 3:34 is the post time. Scratch 3, Triton Song. Jockey changes for the following. Number 2, A Bureaucrat, Luis Perez. 6, Production Credit, Christian Navarro. 7, Holy Cowboy, Nazario Alvarado. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:34.
And Interstate sealing the deal. Another win for Michael S. Ferraro. Actually, 2 in a row for Michael S. Ferraro. Getting to be that time of year. He is Mr. November, and that was Bellagio getting the victory in the 4th race with Hernandez, and then followed it up with Interstate with Rudy Ignacio picking up the mount. Starts off, you got the 4th and the 5th race, starts off a pick 5, Ferraro. Well, we go to the 6th race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3 starts. We scratch the 3, Triton Song. Money all over the place in this one. You're not going to get a real strong favorite, as there's a lot of horses that have a shot to win this race. There's some improvement expected with some of them, lightly raced ones. Some of them have been pretty competitive that have run a bunch of times. And the current favorite, well, there really isn't one. A bunch of lukewarms. We'll just go over some of them. The 6th Production Credit has shown good speed the last couple races since arriving at Finger Lakes, and last time finished just off the board, but the race before didn't miss by much. Was right in there with the big favorite Doc Advantage, and just got beat at the wire on a sloppy racetrack. Showed even more speed last time, pretty quick first quarter, so we'll see how fast he's going to have to go to get the lead in here, but he's definitely dangerous with his speed and a slightly softer field. The 8, Molkajit, who adds blinkers and Lasix, this one pulling out all the stops. Didn't run badly in his debut, so he's got some room to improve. 2nd time out, that was in the slop. Would expect him to run a little bit better here. And this one at odds of 7-2 has every reason to improve in this race. The 2 horse is Bureaucrat. Bureaucrat didn't get off all that sharp and still ran decently to be 3rd, ran evenly from there. So maybe a better break could put this one a little closer. Big question mark, of course, is do they get out of that habit? Sometimes when they break bad the first time, they sometimes get in that habit early in their career. But if he breaks better, you got to think that he's going to be very competitive against this field. And speaking of competitive, how competitive is Attitude going to be stepping up in class after running against maiden claimers the last few and hitting the board in every single one of them? He's running consistently well. The numbers aren't much lower than the rest of this field. So if he can keep that consistency, even though stepping up slightly, he would figure to be in the top 3 against these. It is a tougher group, though, than what he's been facing the last few starts. That's some of the contenders for race number 6. We'll start the final pick 3 of the day. We scratch the 3, Titan Song.
Race 6, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weight, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, scratch 3, Triton Song. First leg of our late pick 3, post time in about 5 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 1 out of tune. Tammy Permarini is the jockey. Next will be number 2, a Bureaucrat. A jockey change to Luis Perez. Scratch the 3. Here's the 4. Hangout. Rudy Ignacio looking for a riding triple. 5 is Totally Psyched. Harry Hernandez looking for a riding double. Next will be number 6, Production Credit. Picking up the mount, Christian Navarro. 7 is Holy Cowboy. He has a new jockey, Nazario Alvarado. 8 is Molcajete, Joel Cruz. The 2 jumped out of line. Once again, 2 Bureaucrat, new jockey Luis Perez. Very wide open affair. Couple of 3-1 shots, couple of 7-2 shots, a 4-1 shot. Race 6 in about 3 minutes at 3:34. Two minutes post time in a couple of minutes. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 6th. 2 Bureaucrat and the 8 Molcajete are both 2-1. 2 Bureaucrat is the current favorite. 6 Production Credit 3-1 on the board. Out of Tune is in, joined by Bureaucrat. Here's Hangout, Rudy Ignacio looking for a riding triple. There's Totally Psyched. Three to load, Production Credit, Holy Cowboy, and Molcajete. Bureaucrat 2-1, Production Credit 2-1, Molcajete a 5-2. Here's the big long shot, Holy Cowboy. Molcajete, the last of 7. Ready for action. And there they go. Production Credit and Totally Psyched are out for the lead, joined by Molcajete, showing plenty of speed from the far outside. And Bureaucrat wants to join the leader line, advancing up the inside. Out of Tune races with Hangout. The early trailer is Big Long Shot, Holy Cowboy. Bureaucrat up to the front from the rail. Molcajete 3D, Production Credit back to third. Hangout has the 4th spot, 4 to find, heading into the turn. 2.5 to Totally Psyched, Out of Tune, and Holy Cowboy. Good opening quarter of 22 seconds. And Bureaucrat has come away with the lead. Molcajete's on level terms. 3 lengths to Hangout, advancing into third outside of Production Credit. The other 3 have a lot of work to do. Out of Tune, Totally Psyched, and Holy Cowboy. Bureaucrat turning back the bid from Molcajete. Bureaucrat cuts the corner in command. Molcajete's back to second. Far outside is Hangout. He's a little even pace. Then we'll go to Production Credit. It is Bureaucrat with a good-looking lead past the 16th. He's safe and secure. Bureaucrat in front. Hangout second, Molcajete third. Production Credit finished 4th for the Super. One minute 5 and 64 100ths. Number 2 Bureaucrat is the unofficial winner. Second choice at 5-2. Second place to 4 Hangout. Third place 8 Molcajete. Fourth place 6 Production Credit. 2486, 2486, 105 and 64 100ths. That final time. Race 6 is official. Entering the winner's circle is the 2, a Bureaucrat. 3-year-old bay gelding by Commissioner out of the damn northern Curlew. Owned and bred in New York by Patricia Mosley. Winning trainer John Buckley. Winning jockey Luis Perez. 2486 in the books. Exacta $36.40. Trifecta $34.75. A 6-2 double, $29.80. 6-6-2 pick 3, $41.50. Dollar Super 2486, $196.50. Seventh race begins our late double. It's the 9th annual Monroe County Public Defenders Race. Big shout out to Kevin and all of his friends. 3 jockey changes, 3 Simply, Nazario Alvarado, 4 Fleet Irish, Jeremiah Flores, 5 This Cat Can Fly, Timmy Bear Marini. 7th race, the 9th annual Monroe County Public Defenders Race starts the late double in 24 minutes at 4:03.
Horse is getting ready to go on the track for the 7th race. And what a good race this one is. But first, Bureaucrat, kind of a little value there as he had the bad start last time. Today broke a lot sharper. $7 winner in race number 6. Looked good in victory, too. Perez for Buckley. Well, back to the 7th. This is our feature event, the Public Defenders race for Monroe County. And this is a stakes caliber field. I mean, these are some really nice horses in this 3 state bred condition or the optional tag of 15. The only horse in for the 15 is Smooth Operation, the inside speed of the race. But a really nice race, competitive race, and any one of these horses could be entered in some of our route stakes races. The 2 Whistling Birds was bet down to 1-9 first race over the track in a 1 state bred and looked like a 1-9 shot the way he opened up, looked like he was going to win with ease. Then then all of a sudden he picked up his feet, was looking for competition, got a little lonely, and then Patty All Day got to him, and then he decided to just start running again at the wire. Well, he got a few horses like that here with that behavior. Last time he didn't break all that sharp, kind of chased a little bit, and then got tired into the stretch. It just kind of faded. So we'll see which Whistling Birds shows up here, because his Parks and New York form is good enough to beat this field. The 7-horse Bustin' the Rules, tough outside post here, and did break poorly in his last race behind Stablemate, True Gold, and Simply. But he ran a decent race stretch in that route race coming back from Saratoga. His earlier races, very good. He overcame a horrible start to win a 5.5 furlong sprint, and he has been on the board every time with the exception of the race at Saratoga. So he plays in here. He's got to get the right kind of trip or work out a trip from that 7 post. The 3-horse Simply, well, know him late. This is a late runner. Not a lot of speed in here. You got to expect Smooth Operation to be the early speed. Whistling Birds may try to engage that one earlier or try to go after him at some point early on in the race, but Smooth Operation should be out there. So it all depends on how quick they end up going up front, because this one does come from out of it. He did finish 2nd behind True Gold and ahead of Bustin' the Rules in his last start. Now, some of the horses getting play in a really nice feature event. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7.
Race 7 begins our late daily double, 1 mile and 70 yards the distance. 3-year-olds and up. New York breds, 3rd state bred allowance condition, optional claiming tag of $15,000. And here they are, 1 Smooth Operation. Harry Hernandez looking for a riding double. Michael S. Ferraro a training triple. 2 is Whistling Birds, John Davila Jr. The favorite at 9-5. 3 is Simply. Nazario Alvarado picks up the mount. John Buckley looking for another winner. 4 is Fleet Irish. Jeremiah Flores is the new jockey. 5, The Scat Can Fly. New jockey Tammy Permarini. 6 is Run for Boston. Joel Cruz. And the 7, Bustin' the Rules. Luis Perez looking for back-to-back scores. 7th race is named in honor of the 9th annual Monroe County Public Defenders Race, and post time is in 5 minutes at 4:03. 2 minutes, post time in 2 minutes. One minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 7th race. 9-5 favorite number 2, Whistling Birds. 5-2 number 3, Simply. First leg of the late double. Smooth Operation is in. Here is the favorite, Whistling Birds. Simply. Next will be A Fleet Irish. This Cat Can Fly. 2 to load, Run for Boston, and Bustin' the Rules. Whistling Birds 2-1, Simply 5-2, Bustin' the Rules 7-2. Bustin' the Rules to the outside, ready for the race. And there they go. Smooth Operation sent to the lead, and Bustin' the Rules is up close along with Whistling Birds. Smooth Operation well off the rail entering the first turn. Simply will ride the rail. Following in his footsteps is Fleet Irish. Farther out in the field races to the extreme outside. This Cat Can Fly, and Run for Boston is the last of all, in Smooth Operation. Freewheeling on the front end, more than 3 lengths. In the second spot is Whistling Birds. Bustin' the Rules is third, and he's a good 6 or 7 off the pace. Length and a half to Simply along the inside. This Cat Can Fly third last. Fleet Irish second last. Run for Boston is the early trailer, 24 4/5. Pretty sensible for Smooth Operation and Harry Hernandez. Almost 2 lengths. Whistling Bird stays close. Break of nearly 4.5 lengths to Simply, along with Bustin' the Rules 3 wide. Fleet Irish in the 2-path. Another 2, This Cat Can Fly. Length and a half to Run for Boston. 49 1/5. Smooth Operation still at the lead. 2.5 at the 3/8. Whistling Birds continues to chase. He cuts into the margin with Bustin' the Rules from the outside. And Simply has about 4 lengths to make up past the 5/16. 5 lengths This Cat Can Fly. With Run for Boston and Fleet Irish, they still have to step up and get the Smooth Operation. 8 turns for home at the lead, but they are closing in. Bustin' the Rules, Whistling Bird Simply guided to the extreme outside. And here comes Simply under left-handed urging. Bustin' the Rules to tackle Smooth Operation. Simply's the late threat in the center of the racetrack. Bustin' the Rules, Simply's trying to come and get him to the outside. Bustin' the Rules and Simply. Here comes Simply to the outside. Did he get there? It's tight. Simply or Bustin' the Rules. Smooth Operation third. 4th place to Run for Boston. Pretty good horse race there between Simply and Bustin' the Rules. Photo sign is up on the board. 143 and 88/100ths the final time. Results of the photo: number 3, Simply first. Second place, 7, Bustin' the Rules. Third place, number 1, Smooth Operation. Fourth place, 6, Run for Boston. Race 7 is official. Entering the winner's circle is the 3, Simply. That's 2 out of 3 for this 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by a lemon drop kid out of the Dam Royale Rose, owned by Windy Lee Farm. Winning trainer is John Buckley, a double for John. Winning jockey Nazario Alvarado, New York bred by Don Robinson and Christophe Clement. It's official. That 2-3 double, $28, 6-2-3, pick 3, get back to that payoff. 3-7 exacta, $32.40. 3-7-1 trifecta, $41.37. Dollar super, $275.50. The pick 3, 6-2-3, $28.75. Our 7th race was named in honor of the 9th annual Monroe County Public Defenders Race. Folks, welcome to the winner's circle. Thank you for spending your Tuesday here at Finger Lakes. The nightcap, 4 jockey changes. 2, Honor Thy Secret, Rudy Ignacio. 3, Straight 8, Luis Perez. 4, Who is Jarrett, John Berrios. 5, Isabella's Magic, Nazario Alvarado. The nightcap in 24 minutes at 4:33.
Get ready for the last race on this Tuesday card, and what a good finish to that one with Simply and busting the rules. But that was certainly a great race. It lived up to the billing for our feature event. Remember, tomorrow we do have live racing. We also have live racing on Thursday this week. We're adding Thursdays in this last month of November. So the next 3 Thursdays, we're going to have live racing here at Finger Lakes. We look at the 8th race. It's an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going 6 furlongs. We look at some of the horses that are getting bet in the last. You got Trigger Pull, the 7 at 3-1. Did finish second, going 6 furlongs last time in a sprint. Got a good number for that race. Lost to Nutsy, who was coming in here from New York, and then a couple decent efforts since when stretching out. Got a victory stretching out, and then finished third last time when the horse Blood Moon got loose on the lead. And keep in mind that race, Blood Moon got loose on the lead. Bellagio, the horse that was second, just came back and won an allowance race earlier on the card. So that makes that race, it makes Trigger Pull look better because of that effort. The 3 straight 8 figures to be the speed of the race, and the question is carrying that speed for the 6 furlong distance. Had a big lead 2 back, but he also went 21 and change for the 6 furlongs. Didn't seem to be tired though. Seemed to be running back on once Honor Thy Secret passed him. See if he can keep it together for 3 quarters. He's the one they got to catch in this race. Of course, Honor Thy Secret signed up for this one as well. Mission Wrap It Up, former stakes horse. This one ran 3rd in the New York Futurity as a 2-year-old with Bruce Brown and Dylan Davis aboard. Also ran 2nd in the Aspirant Stakes that same year. Obviously not the same horse now as a 4-year-old, but still running well at these higher claiming levels. Ran 2nd last time for 75 at Parks. Now cuts back in distance. Probably better going short anyway, and should be a real factor at this level still in this career with his back class. So Exacta Triumph Super offered in race number 8. You got about 11 minutes for the final race on the card.
Race 8, our Tuesday nightcap. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. Claimers 11 down to 9, 6 furlong affair. And the nightcap is in 5 minutes. Here's the field. 1 Mission Wrap It Up. John Davila Jr., current favorite at 2-1. 2 is Honor Thy Secret. Rudy Ignacio picks up the mount, looking to bookend our Tuesday card and get 3 overall. 3 is Straight 8. Luis Perez is the new jockey, looking for a riding double. 4, Who is Jarrett? Make the jockey John Barrios. 5 is Isabella's Magic. New jockey Nazario Alvarado, looking to sweep the late double. 6, Everybody Loves Norman, Joel Cruz. 7 is Trigger Pull. Harry Hernandez looking for another winner. Second choice at 5-2. And the 8 is Ring Good and Wilfredo Rohina. Post time in about 4 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. Very wide open affair currently. There were three of them at 5-2. Now the one Mission Wrap It Up is 2-1. The three Straight Eights 5-2. 7 Trigger Pull is 3-1. And the 6 Everybody Loves Norman 7-2. Only one horse is not covered in the pick 5. That's the 4, Who Is Jarrett. Big long shot if he could pull off the upset. $17,632.39 will be our pick 5 carryover. We're back at it again tomorrow, 110 first post. Don't forget we are racing Thursday with a 110 first post. 4-day work week. Everybody Loves Norman is situated. Here's Trigger Pull and Ring Good will be the last of 8. Trigger Pull, Ring Good, the last one to load. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Mission Wrap It Up comes away in last. Straight 8 with that quick start. Everybody Loves Norman's going with them. And they are side by side. Initially out of the gate, Trigger Pull is 3rd. Honor Thy Secret is 4th against the inside. Look at Isabella's Magic. Ring Good from the top shelf. Who Is Jarrett 2nd last, and Mission Wrap It Up is the last of 8, and he's a little less than 7 lengths off the lead. And Straight 8 is the quickest of all, 3 parts of a length. Everybody Loves Norman's up close with Honor Thy Secret, and Trigger Pull striding into 3rd. Far outside is Ring Good, 3 off the lead at the 3/8. Isabella's Magic in the 2-path, 4 lengths from the front. Length and a half back to Who Is Jarrett, and here comes Mission Wrap It Up. He's trying to find his stride along the inside. Straight 8, Trigger Pull makes his move, and also there from between runners, Everybody Loves Norman. Ring Good has been deep throughout. Mission Wrap It Up continues to close. He's inside of Ring Good, and he's about 4 lengths off the lead, covering Isabella's Magic. Straight 8 keeps on chugging up front. Trigger Pull tries to come and get him. Mission Wrap It Up trying to close. He's currently into 3rd. Here's Trigger Pull up to the front. Trigger Pull and Harry Hernandez, a double for Harry. Trigger Pull from Straight 8. Mission Wrap It Up checks in 3rd. And 4th and 5th is very tight. Isabella's Magic or Ring Good. $111 3/5, the unofficial running time from the nightcap, and Trigger Pull. Another one for Trigger Pull. That is 2 out of 3 claimed for $5,000 4 starts ago. 2 victories, a runner-up effort, and a 3rd-place finish. 7 Trigger Pull, the unofficial winner. He covered the 6 furlongs in 111 and 72 100ths. 2nd place 3 Straight 8. 3rd place number 1 Mission Wrap It Up. Tight photo for 4th. Fourth place, number 8, Ring Good. Trigger Pull makes his way into the winner's circle. That is 2 out of 3. A 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Encaustic. Another one for Encaustic on the Tuesday card. Winning dam is Abonatini. Owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro. A riding double for Harry Styles Hernandez. Winner was bred in New York by Bruce Anderson. And the nightcap is official. 7-3-1-8, the top four finishers. Exacta $42.60, a trifecta $23.50, a dollar superfecta $165. 3-7 late daily double $39.60, 2-3-7 late pick 3 $28.75, 6 with 2 with 3 with 7 our late pick 4 $110.12. Pick 5, $1,356.25. 5 out of 6 in the pick 6, $136.40. We have a pick 6 carryover into the Wednesday card, $955.44. Pick 6 carryover, a little shy of $1,000, $955.44. That's it for our Tuesday program. Sure hope you had a great afternoon of racing. We will do it all over again tomorrow. First post, 110. Don't forget we are racing on Thursday, also 110 first post. So a couple more days in the work week, Wednesday and Thursday, 110 first post. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.